Good morning, Avalon. And with that, there is no intro. Yes, this is abrupt. Am I saying that right? Abrupt? This is very abrupt. Forgive me. This is very abrupt, but we are... I say we as in you're at fault. Julius is an hour and 30 minutes late. And given that this is a story event, this is going to be a while. And because it's going to be a while, we need to get a move on. And with that, this is a very rushed warning, but I think GACHA is underway. And this is a very rough start. I'm sorry, I should be more proper. Okay, sorry. I need to be more proper. So, good morning, obviously. What do we have in store for today? We're obviously, as you can tell by the title and thumbnail, we're obviously going to start Arknights side story event and or story event, Lone Trail. What I failed to mention, unless you've seen our tweet, and by our tweet I mean on Twitter, and if you're not following my Twitter, why aren't you following my Twitter? JuliusFae _ JULIUSFAE _ Shout myself out really quick. I am a little messy at the moment as far as things being organized, but when I think about it, that's pretty much every stream. So what are we getting into today? Lone Trail event, story event. Doing that. Getting through it in its entirety, all in one go. We're pumping it out. But before that, we're doing GACHA. Now, as much as I like Mealsies, and I don't particularly mind Ho Holiuk, I am more or less looking to get someone that is a little lower. And if it wasn't obvious enough from my tweets, like I said, follow JuliusFae _ we are focused on MELANITE. And you're probably wondering why. And I don't think I need to really explain myself when I say she is someone I'm fond of. That being a waifu. So other than that, we're getting straight into it. we're rolling for her. And possibly this could be it. Now, as far as how many are we rolling? When we do our operator review of her, which will be very quickly, but nonetheless, we will do a thorough review. Depending on what her potential is and or what her talents do, we will roll for more. And of course, that depends on how powerful they are.
Doctor, あんたらロドスには随分助けてもらったし、もう感謝の言葉しか出てこねえよ。もし俺で役に立てることがあったら遠慮なく言ってくれ。何としてでも力になってみせるからよ。
Okay, so new operator Hummus. I will say this now because we are in a rush. Hummus was introduced to us as a new operator from. Excuse me, 1 second. Just got done eating, to be honest. Had a giant feast. Hummus was the newly introduced operator, 4-star guard operator, and or I believe the trait is called Reaper, given his obvious scythe in the back. Chapter 12 with the Ainz banner, which surprisingly we pulled in Ainz and we didn't pull him, so this is our first time pulling Hummus. Given that we are in a hurry and I'm more or less focused on the new operators and doing reviews of them, we will save hummus for our chapter.
はじめまして、ドクター。
She's here.
これから外勤オペレーターとして職務を全うします。私の火力があなたの期待を裏切らないことを祈ります。
I hope you don't let me down either. You look great.
ラバ
And I believe that's it. Sorry. As I was saying, we will save hummus for our last playthrough of chapter 12, that being part 3 specifically, which we will do obviously on Monday. And then kind of, I know I said we'd ignore our intro, but if you haven't watched last stream, we did talk about what we're planning on doing depending on the Fate Grand Order stream, when Guda Guda, the event Guda Guda is going to start, and when that is and whatnot. But other than that, we have Melanite. And I guess we do have the English, but given that I'm a JP bro, JP Senpai, we're gonna keep on here. So I always forget, how do we do this? How do we start reviews? We look at the first skill. Well, no, we level them up all the way. And I'm running low on battle records, sadly.
白兵戦は賢い選択だけど、
Heavy shooter.
それなり
Okay.
に危険を伴うんじゃ。
That's actually interesting. I actually thought she was forgive me. I thought she was a fortress, to be honest. I don't know why I had that in my mind. Heavy shooter. Her attack range is pretty interesting. I'm assuming it'll improve, but whatever. So we'll level her up all the way. We'll look at skill 1, and then we'll do kind of give our thoughts, promote her, look at her traits, and then skill 2, and then level her up. Obviously we'll level her up first and then do all of that, and then we'll do the final promotion 2, and then we'll see how much the talent actually improves and whatnot. We could look at potential improves talent, and then obviously given that this is her only talent, whatever it is when we find out. But for now, attack stats, I'm not really looking at it at the moment. I'm mainly waiting until we actually level her up all the way to actually like give an opinion on it. So for now, defense, no arts resistance, that's something you could take note of. First skill, saturated pulse. Attack interval increases attack 140% for 25 seconds, and then obviously we don't have it ranked up all the way, so the attack will increase, and then maybe the duration will, but auto recovery manual. Her attack is, it's kind of hard to say at the moment. The 140% is really good, but it really depends on how much stronger her attack is going to get, as far as because obviously looking at her right now, it's 462, and I know that we obviously haven't leveled her up completely. It entirely depends on how far that will go. So the first skill seems okay. I can't really give an opinion until we actually see everything else, which we're getting into right now.
前の雇い主は昇級でしか私への評価を表現しませんでした。誤解しないでください。仮に昇給額を1とすると、それから増える仕事量は10にもなるんです。ロドスはそうじゃありませんよね。
No, we don't do that, especially for wonderful Melanite girls. Whatever you do, do not go into our factory. That's all I'm gonna say. You don't need to go there. Okay, level her up all the way, and then we'll redo everything. We'll do the skill 2 specifically, and then we'll do the trait. See how that looks.
白兵戦は賢い選択だけど、
609 attack so far.
それなりに
Okay.
危険を伴うんじ
So
ゃ。
it's improving a lot. And then I guess we could rank it up. Attack 160. The duration did increase. Okay, so 30 seconds. So that's a lot better. And the charge time is a lot better. Okay, that's... well, I mean, it's obviously giving me more hints and pointing me in a direction of how she's gonna go. Or how well she's gonna do. Skill 2. Critical burst. A lot lower than the first skill. Auto recovery, manual. Fires a piercing... oh, sorry, forgive me. Very quickly, her attack range did... it didn't increase, but it more or less filled out in an area. Basically like lava, the 3-star caster. Lava. Her kind of range, attack range. Fires a piercing... okay, so critical burst, skill 2. Fires a piercing shot, dealing 450% of this unit's attack as physical damage to the frontal enemies on its path. Damage decreases as distance increases to a minimum of 180%. Can hold 2 charges. Okay. Fires a piercing shot, dealing 450% of this unit's attack as physical damage. So adding into its attack, not just deals 450% of attack. To the frontal enemies on its path. Damage decreases as distance increases. So the piercing shot can go beyond the attack range. Is that what I'm understanding? Well, set as default for now. Because damage decreases as distance increases to a minimum of 180%. It makes it sound as though this shot just keeps going straight until it's off the map or a certain distance. The thing that does stand out to me is the can hold 2 charges. That helps it a lot. Instead of just holding onto the skill waiting to activate it. And you can actually hold 2 charges, so it's already reloading the next shot. And or, well, aka the next skill. Looking pretty good so far. Looking pretty good. And then, as of course, I'm interested in the talent. I don't think the talent will be too crazy, but who knows. Oh, I guess she does have a module. Okay, interesting. Alright. Trait, branch, heavy shooter, trait, high accuracy, point blank shot, right? Talent, calibrating parameters. And then, of course, it'll be improved at Elite 2. Promotion 2. Calibrating parameters. Damage when skill is active increases by 10% from second skill Damage when skill is active increases by 10% from second skill activation onward. Okay, so you have to activate your skill first, and then after you're done doing that, the second time you activate that skill, that's when you get the 10% attack boost or damage boost, is what I'm understanding. I was misreading it for a second. I thought it was I thought you were gonna get a 10% every time you activate the skill, which would have actually been insane. But no, it's a lot more tame. At Elite 2, it will increase. I'm curious if it'll be a 15% or 20%. Which I guess we can find out right now, although we'll have to go to factory to get chips. archer chips, specifically 3, right?
Products received.
If I'm not mistaken.
Products received.
And go back to pure gold. That looks like copper for some reason. Okay. Promotion to E2.
信頼してくれてありがとうございます、ドクター。私にとってロドスは少々リアリティを欠くほどに素晴らしい中継地点でしかありませんでした。ですがどうやらもうしばらくここに留まることになりそうですね。
Stay as long as you want, Avalon. This is quite the... I don't know if I would say sci-fi, but her gun, oh my god. I'm drawing a blank as to what I'm... So her gun looks like that, an enormous like cannon. And it's got like a... I'm drawing a blank as to what this looks like, or what this reminds me of. Her gun specifically. It's got like futuristic like reticles around the gun itself. That looks great. She looks great. She's like an elf, but she has a tail. So possibly a lizard of some kind. Welcome aboard. That's all I gotta say. Of course, we'll level her up. Considering that we're low on battle records, even though I literally grind battle records daily, and I still don't have enough somehow. We'll get her to 50.
白兵戦は賢い選択だけど、
Okay.
それなりに危険を伴うんじゃ。
725 damage, good. Defense, 189, seems okay. I'm not too familiar as far as defense and whatnot. Of course, no arts resistance. Cost 19, not too bad. Slightly slow, not slow, which is good. As you know, the 3-star lava is slow, the attack speed. And then of course the skills are still the same. And then unlock the module. Okay, so was that... Okay, so talent 1, of course being the only talent, calibrating parameters, was at 10% damage increase, but did increase to 15%. And of course the potential 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4. So potential 4, if we can roll her 4 times and or use the epic sniper token, which we most likely will, if we can pull 2 Melanites, which shouldn't be hard, especially given that she is a 5-star. Should be pretty easy. Am I up for it? Because this is a matter of waifu, yes, I am up for it. Especially given that we have a lot of tags. I'm sure she's up for it too. Especially given that we just pulled like 3 5-stars.
私はアンブリエル、ラテラーノ出身の狙撃手でさ、
フロストリーフ、
Speed through these.
傭兵をやっていたが、今はお
If you don't
前に命を預ける。
Oh.
はじめまして、
Here
ド
she
クタ
is.
ー。これから外勤オペレーターとし
We
て職
needed
務を全うします。
4. And there's 3.
はじめまして。あなたがドクター？私は天人家。ドゥリン族の天人家だよ。
はじめまして、
There's the second
ド
one.
クター。
Okay.
これから外勤オペレーターとして職務
We're
を
pretty
全う
much
し
good to
ま
go.
す。
Of course, a third Melanite would help too. Then we'll have leftovers as far as
梅
the
ランサーです。
what do we call it? The
医師見習いのハイビスカスです。みんなから
sniper
は
chip.
ハイビス って呼ば
Or
れてま
the
す。
potential chip.
今日からドク
私はカッター。ただの傭兵だ。
I'm curious how much it'll
オリパシーを患った
increase
ので、
the talent
ここで働
specifically.
く代わりに。
コードネームはアシッドドロ
Should
ップ。
be this one.
この
This
スケ
last
ボー
one.
も登録済みの僕の装備だ。
Unless it's not her. But surely it's her.
私のコードネームはウィ
It's
ス
not
パ
her.
ーレイン。一階の放浪医師です。
I don't know. She wants to come home. I'm feeling good. Roll it again. Okay. Yep. I mean. Oh, the only one.
行動予備隊 A6 の隊長オーキッドよ。ドクターというのは
Cannot forget Orchid did get a new uniform and or outfit we need to put on. And then of course other operators did get outfits which we will be buying
オペレーターにはまだ成り立て
when we're
ほや
done
ほや
with
だけどね。
review of Melanite.
ドクターってあなたのことでしょうか。はじめまして。ごきげんよう。
Okay.
私のコードネームは
Cat.
ハーモニーよ。手土産としてビクトリアに関
The
する資
War
料を
Crimes Cat.
どうぞ収めてちょうだい。
Okay, that was the only 5-star. Yeah. How are we doing actually here? So we have 59k Arundum and a sum of however many Originite we have 43k Arundum. And we have one more ticket. I think, right? Yeah. Might as well. Our polls are going great. No 5-star.
こんにちは。
Oh god.
僕はグレイと言います。
お客様、私に最高の笑顔を見せてくれませんか。
I think this is
この私。
こんにちは、ドクター。おでんこです。
so we are officially done with rolling, considering that I'm a little scared who the 6-star is.
カタパルト着任です。
But if I had,
さてさて。
well, we could go with Milce's. Milce's is what I'm looking
は
forward
じめま
to.
して上官
If I had
消
to
防署所属の
think
翔
of a
です。どうぞよろし
6-star.
くお願いします。
Here,
こ
let
ん
me
にちは、
let me
ドクター。
brace for impact.
おでんこです。
Get comfortable
お
in
時
my
間があ
throne.
ったら、ドクター。
Who is it?
今回はマイレンダー基金やライン生命を代表しての訪問じゃないの。単に一個人としてのホルハイヤがロドスとの関係をもっと深めたいと思ってのことなのよ。あら、手を離すつもり？自己
Okay.
紹介はまだ終わってないんだけど。
I'm not too fond of mercs that tried killing some friends of mine. We'll just leave it at that. You can shake my hand when you earn it. Ho hoyek. Okay, yeah. Oh, we still have another. Oh no, it's the single pulls. Never mind. I take that back. No, it's too risky. I'm scared. I don't want to pull another 6-star because then we have to. Oh god. Okay. Oh boy. We pretty much have to do a review, don't we? Here. Okay, we need to finish up Melanite. Increase our potential, DP cost, redeployment time. And then we obviously have the rest, the epic sniper token, and then improves talent. There we go. Okay. So was at 15%. no. What? Okay, here. We can't lose hope. No, she's already good. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I don't know why I said that. No. What does her module do? Attack plus 45, defense plus 20. Increases attack to 100. Increases attack to 105% when attacking enemies directly in front and ignores their physical dodge. That is a powerful module for a 5-star. I'm curious, does Chen have that? I don't even think Chen has that. I think she just has some attack buff for the frontal tile. Attacks all... Well, I mean, that's her trait. No, that's her trait. Attack speed when there's water terrain. Yeah, no, that's only her trait. It's not even a talent. Deals 150% damage to enemies in the row directly in front of this unit. Yeah, no. Okay. Harmony, you got your potential. That actually improves your talent by 3%. More damage when attacking blocked enemies. Okay, I can say this right off the bat. Where is she? Where's our lady? Our maiden? Alright. No. No. What happened? Why'd I do this? What? Okay. Melanite. 5-star archer Melanite. DPS nuker heavy shooter Melanite. Wonderful Lady of Avalon Melanite. So, overall review, looking at just stats and whatnot, and her skills, stats, talent, not in game, but just looking at it from stats. And this is keeping in mind as far as 5 stars go. And I will say, I will include it. This is, obviously we don't have the module at the moment, but just say, like, let's just say this is including the module. The increases attack to 105% when attacking enemies directly in front and ignores their physical dodge. Let's say she has that included. She is a pretty hard 7. Gosh, I give every servant or sorry, not servant. I'm thinking of Fake Grand Order. Wrong game. Every operator is 7. For the moment, she is a 7.8. If I had to say, when we use her, when we play Lone Trail, the event, we'll obviously have a more like visual representation of what she's capable of. But right now she is a 7.8. She is a pretty good 5-star archer to have as far as like just hard damage, especially given her module, if you can unlock it, which increases the attack to 105%, which is very, very good. Her skill 2, the can hold 2 charges, is its saving grace. If it didn't have that and it was just a manual thing where you have to hold on to it whenever, that would have hurt her very, very much. But it is very good that she can hold 2 charges. Her first skill is okay, but you are most definitely running her second skill, the dealing 450%. And of course, looking at her attack, which is 755, given that we haven't even completely leveled her up. Although I guess we could... 822. Okay. Yeah, she is a worthy operator to pull for. Well, see, forgive me. This is a little interesting. So, when it comes to pulling for Melanite, she is worthy of being pulled, but most of the time, you're obviously not focused on pulling for 5 stars. You're more or less looking for the obvious 6 stars. But if you are, I don't want to say picky, if you're like me and kind of want to get royal with it and are looking to pick your waifu, whatever rank or class they are, as far as stars, she is worthy. She seems pretty good. Chen obviously being like the successor in a way, and Melanite being her student, Chen is obviously more worthy given that she is a 6-star. She has a lot more advantages. She has full-on raw power that's continuous. Of course, it takes time to activate, but during the second rundown, but she nonetheless is very worthy compared to Melanite, while Melanite is easily up there with her, but not, you know, not she isn't next door to Chen, but she is not far from her house, Chen's house. 7.8. Depending on how she looks in game, if she looks a lot better than I thought, I could bump it up to like a 8.2, something like that. So 8.2 out of 10, I'd say. Depending on if it goes good in game. As far as just looking at stats and whatnot, 7.8 out of 10 I would give her. One thing that I do want to make very, very crucial, talent 1. As far as rolling multiples of Melanite, I highly discourage anyone to, if you want to roll for Melanite, that's fine. The issue that comes into play is do not try to roll multiples. That was a enormous disappointment. I didn't think it would increase it by 1%. Her talent specifically, I was actually very surprised. Even looking at the 5-star caster Harmony that we just ended up pulling, increased her talent by 3%, not even 1%. But more or less, do not pull multiples of her. If you happen to pull multiples of her, obviously you can't do anything about that, and that's fine. It's nice to have. The highlight of her potential, like what you would aim for, would obviously, the DP cost is something minor. Obviously it helps anyways, but the plus 30 attack is kind of what you're looking for. The redeployment time, no one ever looks at that. It's like, I don't know, it's like background information if you want to put it that way. You're not focused on it too much. It helps, but I mean, she's slow redeploy, whatever. You're more or less looking at the plus 30 attack. So that's Melanite's review. Oh gosh, do we have to? Do we have to do the review of a certain lizard, a certain Holiac? DPS. So 6-star caster, DPS, crowd control, core caster. Oh boy. She's got so much luggage. Like, I mean that literally. Like, I never actually realized, like, the stuff that she's carrying. I think I could be wrong, because I remember watching the cinematic trailer for Lone Trail. I think she has, like, I I don't want to say a backpack on, but she's got something like luggage on her back that's strapped around. Because obviously if you look at her left side, what would you say? Her left side jacket, you see those two luggages, those like, I don't want to say briefcases, but there's obviously something inside. And then she's obviously got her enormous staff. I don't know why I'm debating on whether or not to do a review. The issue that comes to mind is we are extremely low on battle records. I said this last stream, but I can't believe how hard it is to grind out battle records. Like, I went over this already, but there is so many operators that I haven't leveled up. Suzerain, I haven't even gone to like I mean, look at this. Ifrit, Chongyu, Ak, Hoshiguma, Suzerain, Penance. I'm sure there's another that I'm missing. W, we're working on as far as our chapter 12 stream. We're working on. And there's another. There's Gnosis, and I believe there's one more. Gnosis, Mountain, and then if you include Holia, although we're most likely gonna do that and just do her in just a minute. Not literally. Calm down, Avalon. Oh boy. Actually, before I hurt myself, no, not literally. Before I make a mistake. So we have materials. I'm curious as to what her second is going to look like. We might have to. Senior Operator Training Apparatus. You can level an Elite 2 5-star Operator to max. You can level an Elite 2 6-star Operator to max. Originaite Prime times 19. Oh, that's the description of the top operator training apparatus. Okay. I thought those were two separate things. 1999, okay. No. We might have to do advanced special training. Strategic battle record. Yeah, that's not even enough. Times 10. 999. Yeah, no, that's impossible. What's the lone trail? Originite Prime times 90, 10 and hunting. Strategic battle record times 30, 40, another 30. Chip catalyst. Okay. We're gonna do it. I think. Maybe. I don't know why the be right back screen is black. Interesting. 1 second. One minute. Top operator training apparatus. Okay. And we're back. Okay. This is my first time doing this as far as the top operator training apparatus. Advanced training apparatus exclusive to top operators, offering accelerated promotion to their maximum capacity. Top operators possessing this apparatus are able to apply for short-term intensive training. The instructors will tailor the course according to the operator's circumstances, helping them break past their own selves, unearth their full potential, and attain a supreme standard. Okay. Where is she? Oh no. Oh, they met. Oh no. I thought this meant. Okay. For those that haven't seen this blunder, they mean it literally. You can level an Elite 2, specifically Elite 2, 6-star operator to max. I was under the impression you could pick out a 6-star and just max them. Okay. Outfit voucher, we need to remember that, we'll probably use that. My question is, do we have enough to get her to E2 and then just use the rest? What does this look like? Max. I think we have enough. Yeah, okay. This should be fine. I think we can make it. It's gonna be a close one, but I think we can make it. Ho-Holiak. Operator review. Starts now. 6-star caster Ho-Holiak. Core caster. DPS crowd control. Starts now.
What the?
I don't... Forgive me, I don't speak Japanese, but I think she said, is that all? Or that it? It almost sounded like that. Oh, I guess stats-wise, of course, like I said, we don't pay too much attention because we obviously don't have her at max. One thing to note, she does have arts resistance of 10, which is nice. But then again, obviously it makes sense because given her adaptability. Of course, max out skill 1. Skill 1, in search of reason. Auto recovery, auto. The next attack hits one additional target and deals 200% attack as arts damage. If only one enemy is attacked, applies levitate to the target for 2.5 seconds. So basically like Chongyu, except obviously a ranged. Okay. So this is kind of like, I shouldn't, well, not mainly for bosses, but like given the, if only one enemy is attacked. So not just rows of enemies being nearby. It'll apply the levitate for 2.5 seconds, which is really good. Can store one charges. I'm curious. Melanite said she can store 2 charges. So does that mean she can do 3? Is that what I'm understanding? So she'll store 1 charge, Melanite specifically, the 5-star archer. or five. Sorry, I keep saying archer. Forgive me. I'm in fake Grand Order land. 5-star sniper. She can store 1 charge, store a 2nd charge, and technically she'll have a 3rd charge, right? But then again, we would have to see this in action. Then this is a little confusing. We could look at her trait. Deals arts damage, pretty basic. First skill seems fine. One thing to note: the levitate is really nice. 2.5 seconds is really good. From what I know, I think when the enemy is levitating, if they're range, I think they can still attack, if I'm not wrong. If they're melee, it's a different sort of thing. I don't think they can actually attack. But either way. Promotion.
おめでとうドクター。私の中のあなたの評価も一緒に上げてあげるわね。今回はミノスミストを4杯作っておいたから。あら、そんなにクラクラ来ちゃったの？意識をちゃんと保ってた方がいいと思うわよ。
I was gonna say, is she trying to drug me? But it more or less sounds like she's trying to get me drunk. Anyways, interesting. She's trying to infiltrate Avalon. Although Damatsty had a better handling of that. Okay, we could look back at skill 1. The next attack hits 1 additional target, same as always, deals 240% attack as arts damage, good. If only 1 enemy is attacked, same as usual, applies levitate to the target for 3 seconds, can store 2 charges. Okay, this makes a lot more sense, okay. So it finally added it, okay. We weren't mistaken about Melanite and how that works. It is 2 charges. And of course, we need to level her up. Oh my gosh, that almost... Did that really...
What the?
I'm spending a lot on you, lady. I need some appreciation. Considering that I think we only have like 32 green battle records left. Or, wait, forgive me. It's battle records, right? Or is it battle formula? Where am I getting records from? Moving along. Second skill. Actually, yeah, can store 2 charges. Okay, looks good. Second skill, Meandering Stars. Actually, so sorry. I'm jumping the gun. I didn't actually think this was possible. Her arts resistance did increase. It was at 10 and is now at 15, which I'm actually surprised at. I wasn't aware that that itself could actually change. But nonetheless, that's good. That's actually really good that her arts resistance specifically is going up. Of course, we know that her defense will increase as well, just a tiny bit, and then obviously her attack is increasing 525. But moving along, Meandering Stars, skill 2. Auto recovery, manual, 16 seconds. Attacks change to 9 hits, each dealing 35% as attack. Each dealing 35% attack as damage to random enemies within attack range. Each hit has a 12% chance to levitate the target for 1 second. 12%. So attacks change to 9 hits, each dealing 35% attack as damage to random enemies within attack range. Each hit has a 12% chance to levitate the target for 1 second. I was gonna say, I wouldn't say this is great for crowd control, but this is more or less if there's a single big, strong enemy, this second skill, attacks change to 9 hits, and he is by himself, he or she is by himself, whatever it is. The 9 hits, attacks change to 9 hits, and then adding on the each hit has a 12% chance to levitate the target for 1 second seems very good. 12% chance is very good, especially given the 9 hits. You could just keep spamming the levitate on the person, and then given that's only for 1 second, they'll just drop down, you'll pop it again, do the 9 hits. Although when they're already levitating, I'm curious as to if it'll increase the duration of levitate, or if you have to wait for them to drop down to initiate that chance to get the levitate again, which I'm curious about, which we'll obviously have to try. Skill 2, of course, 16 seconds. Manual looks pretty good. We could see what it looks like as far as Mastery 1, which I would be curious if any of the, like, obviously the damage will increase, but I'm curious as to if the chance and or the 1 second will increase at all. Each hit has a 13% chance to levitate, okay, increasing by 1%, and the attack being increased by 3%. Duration is still the same, which I think might increase. Huh. I'm curious to see what it looks like completely upgraded, but it looks good so far. We'll start with skill 1 when we go into story. And yes, we're obviously using Ho-Holy. Of course, that being story based, and then not only that, obviously we're trying to get our trust up. Skill 2 is not bad. Single targets seem like it's the most usable. The multiple targets is fine to kind of slow down the pace, I guess you could say, as far as possibly triggering the levitate on each enemy, whoever it is that you hit. It's okay. Of course, talent 1, Inherited End. When attacking aerial targets, specifically those that are levitating and or drones or flying or, you know, aerial targets, increases attack to 110% and silences target for 1 second, and or, well, targets specifically. The silence, I'm not too concerned about. My history with silence is not very good, and what I mean by that is, like, it hasn't done good for me at all. So as far as silence goes, for 1 second, I don't care at all about. The increases attack to 110% is very, very good, given the levitate and or just getting rid of drones. And then adding on to the fact that if you're running skill 2, of course we haven't seen our skill 3, but using skill 2, attacks change to 9 hits, each dealing 35% attack as damage to random enemies. Of course, those being singular enemies or whoever. Drones increases attack to 110% would be very, very powerful. Very powerful. And then obviously talent 2, which we'll find out in just a second. Curious as to what that looks like. And then obviously the skill 3. So she's looking good so far. Of course, I failed to mention that her attack range obviously did go up. This is a pretty normal, basic attack range as far as casters go. Core casters, I should say. Of course, promotion, which we don't have any Lungman dollars. Okay. We might have ran into... Hold on. We might have to do our early factory walk very quickly. In just a second. So we need 4. We can only do 3.
Products received.
So we have 3 minutes until... 3 minutes, 33 seconds. Okay. Maybe we can... Maybe in that time we can do workshop and everything. We could do our daily factory walk. We could check in on all our operators. Whatever you do, do not let Melanite see any of our operators. I do not need to explain the reason. Thank you, Toady Fawns. Alright, so we do have 4. We need Lungman dollars, which for some reason we are out of, surprisingly. We are broke on everything. And I said this already before, since streaming, I have done every event. Not only every event, but just anything and everything. And yet, I, for some strange reason, do not have enough. And or are running out of... What would you say? Not formulas. Rations, Rhodes Island money. I guess you could say Lungman dollars. Right, everything's gone. I actually didn't even realize there was a headhunting data contract that is currently going on. Of course, that's another way of getting Melanite's resume, if you have leftovers, of course, and or if you want to save it to use it on the... Is it the headhunting paramedic models that you use it on, or is it the intelligence? I'm not sure. We can get Lungman dollars. How much? 74. I don't know how much. 163.9k. Okay. And then obviously we don't have enough for any of that. This doesn't do a random, right? No. Or not a random. No. Lungman dollars, specifically. Commendations. You can do Lungman dollars. Okay. Do we have enough, though, is the question. We can see how far we can get. Just get the really low ones that we don't own too many of. We might not have enough to actually like get through everything. 91, 67, 86, 12, okay. Hmm. $79, 38. Sorry, everyone. This is a very what would be the word? A very This is a very scrapped together operator review that we're having. Of course, there will be timestamps. Of course, obviously, this is very unorganized and not very well prepared. But then again, Rhodes Hoholiak is basically running me dry. I was not expecting to actually pull her when I'm mainly focused on Melanite. Of course, get the 2 times since we have enough. More than worth it. Base.
We got it.
Now the only problem, obviously, is the how our Lungman dollars is looking.
変わりないわね。
Gosh, 28 minutes free headhunting. How are we looking? Forgive me, I'm just thinking. We do our daily friends, see if we can earn any more, what do you call it? Club exchange. Fred points, no, that's it. Darn.
変わりないわね。
Let's see where we're at. How much do we need? 180k, and I believe we're at 160. I didn't want to do this, but we're most likely gonna have to do a quick auto deploy to make this quick. How much can we earn though? How much would this give us? I would imagine not too much. I rarely run these. This is a very, very rare occurrence that I actually ran out of Lungman dollars. Would it be Lungman dollars or would it be like Lungman money? I would imagine dollars. We're looking at old Julius's lineup. Curious as to why I put Granny in the middle. Unless I'm ready for a setup to put right behind Granny and go straight across. That I imagine. He is really tanking it.
これ以上無意味に怪我することないよ。
725 Hibiscus. Powerful. Absent.
逃げる前に私の許可は取った。敵を倒す。毛上がりもいいところね。この
地上でしか戦えないなんて思ったら大間違いだよ。私に任せて。気配を感じたら剣を抜きます。
Good.
私の明かりが見えますか？ここです。
Irene coming in clutch. Come on. Big damage. Beautiful. That Magnum. Of course, I already knew we would win, given that it's an auto deploy. 10k. 1.2 times XP and $1 million. Did that change anything? How much am I? Oh, it did. Okay. We have to do one more. Bear with me. Last time, and then we'll wrap up our review of Koholic. Then we'll obviously do the. So after this, we'll use the thing that Avalon bought to max out Koholic completely, her level on B2. And then we'll do our final thoughts on the review. Then we'll look at the outfit voucher. Of course, I have 2 of them, which I need to remember to use. We'll look at their skins. And then we'll officially start Lone Trail, which we are so very far behind in. We should have started 2 hours ago, technically. Well, actually, if I wanted to be technical, it would be an hour ago. It's gonna be a long stream out there. Of course, like I said, there will be timestamps, so... Of course, if you're watching this as a video, you probably already skipped this.
影に踏み込まないで。
おもちゃで遊ぶ。
我が強化の邪悪を払う。動くな。
Beautiful. Okay. And we're
お手
ready.
本のような勝利でしたね。あなたはいずれきっとどんな弱小
One
生
thing I
物
will
よ
say
りも
that
優
just
れた
came
方
into
になるの
mind,
でしょうね。
do not get me started on the silence
変わりないわね。
operator review. There is no way in hell we are going to be able to do that. No offense to silence. She looks great. I haven't even actually like looked at her. I've only seen her in the Lone Trail trailer. The what would you say? The animation or the 3D trailer? She looks great, but as you can see, this lizard lady
また昇進？
took everything.
それってロドスでの権限がもっと高くなるってこと？この船にはあなたにすら触れられない秘密が眠ってるかもしれないって感じるのよね。すごく興味がそそられるわ。
I was gonna say, she's like... This is gonna be a really bizarre statement. She's like Indiana Jones. She is very interested in the unknown. If anything, actually, now that I think about it, she's like Kenjaku. And of course, if you don't know who Kenjaku is, Jujutsu Kaisen. Ghetto, specifically. But then again, it's not Ghetto. Spoilers, I guess. But then again, you should already know that. It already came out in the anime. We're weeks ahead of that. Of course, she does have her module, which I guess we could check out at the very end. Her arts resistance did increase once again, which is very good, 20. And of course, we can finally use it, which I guess we have to actually go out. Consumable, top operator training apparatus. Resources already used on the operator will not be recovered after promotion. Proceed. Yes, please.
終わった？
You're welcome, lady. I said you can roam freely about Avalon, but holy moly. Okay. Skill 1, same as usual. Obviously, we already have everything maxed out. Her attack is 633 at max. Her cost is 21. Seems okay. Pretty basic, I guess. I shouldn't say basic. It just seems okay. Pretty normal. Attack 633. Defense 130. Whatever. The arts resistance. Nice. Any arts resistance for anyone is very good. Attack range is still normal, and we can finally get into skill 3. Well-read ravings, and this seems to be the symbol of her staff, or this looks like her staff, which is her staff. Yeah, okay, so like I said with the luggage, look at how much she's carrying on her. Can those heels take all of that? Would it? Like, there's a lot to look at here. Excluding the thighs. The leggings, sorry. I'm curious as to what creature that is. It's obviously like a snake, but given that she has wings atop of her head. I don't even think they're ears. I didn't take that into consideration, but at the same time, I don't think they're ears. I think those are actually wings. well, more or less, leggings, luggage, good Goodyear, the tire company Goodyear, I think, right? Isn't Goodyear a tire company? Basically what I'm getting at is the wings atop of her head, Goodyear, and then the estranged creature in the background. I have no idea as to what it is. Okay, finally. Skill 3. Well-read ravings. Seems to be a very large and or long charge time, obviously. Second going. Auto recovery manual. 45 seconds. Attack range expands. Curious as to what that looks like. Attack interval increases. Attacks change to whirlwinds, traveling forward, dealing damage proportional to the distance traveled. Damage increase caps at 3 tiles. So looking at 6 tiles, so there's 1 tile and she's on it. Looking at 6 tiles in front of her, every 3 tiles that whirlwind goes past, that's when it starts to cap. That's when it starts to... Well, I guess it increases, it doesn't decrease. Attack range expands. Attack interval increases. Attack change to whirlwinds, traveling forward. Dealing damage proportional to distance traveled. Damage increase. Okay, so it doesn't decrease. Caps at 3 tiles. Oh, sorry. I'm being... Julius is not thinking this through. So if it hits someone, if the whirlwind hits someone within 3 tiles, it will not do the expanded amount of increased damage. If the target is outside of that 3 tile radius, that's when the damage increases. That's basically, or the whirlwind increases, specifically the damage. Dealing damage proportional to distance traveled. Damage increase caps at 3 tiles. Whirlwinds hit the closest target and levitate it for 2 seconds, dealing a maximum of 380% attack as arts damage. Okay. Second skill was the attacks change to 9 hits. Okay. Just had to get a quick refresher. Dealing a maximum of 380% attack as arts damage, and she's at 633. One thing to note. Now, 380% attack as arts damage is very good, but one thing to note, it does not say dealing a maximum of 380% attack as arts damage from... Well, actually, now that I think about it, sorry. Look at... I don't know the precise wording or how to word it, but the thing to note, if this does not say deals the percent damage of 633%, adding on to 380% attack as arts damage, like Melanite, it does not say that. So do not get into your head that this is extremely powerful. This is very powerful, but this is not like Melanite's does this percent amount of this her base damage, which I guess we could pull a reference. It'd be better to just actually look. Melanite fires a piercing shot, dealing 450% of this unit's attack as physical damage. So you're dealing 755 while adding on the 450%. If Ho Holiak had this would be absolutely insane. She would be you would see her in every, like, yeah, I guess you could say it. You would see her in every CC event as far as damage dealer. This would be absolutely insane if she did have that specific wording. Dealing a maximum of 380% attack as arts damage from the base damage. Of course, that's not exactly what it says, but you get my point. But nonetheless, 380% attack is very good. And then to take into note, 45 seconds is a very long time, which is nice. The attack range expands would be nice to look at. Of course, we already kind of have a hint as to how far out the actual whirlwinds go because of the damage increase caps at 3 tiles. So we obviously know that it goes beyond 3 tiles, which I would assume maybe an extra 2 to 3 more tiles possibly. So in total 6 tiles forward, which is very far. But then again, who knows? Maybe it goes even longer. Specialized skill, I guess we could look, see what that looks like. Duration's still the same. Proportional distance. Levitate for 2 seconds, still the same. The damage percent does increase by 20%, which is nice. Of course, going to Mastery 2 and or Mastery 3 would be interesting. I would imagine the duration would probably still stay the same. The Levitate might go up a second and or possibly like 2.5 seconds. And then obviously the attack percent will most likely increase. Third skill, looking good. It's looking good. Just reading off of it. Of course, I'd still like to see what it looks like in-game, seeing how far the actual whirlwind goes, although we already know that it does have a pretty long range. But we can re-look at Talent 1, because I'm pretty sure it most likely increased, I would imagine. Inherited End. When attacking aerial targets, increases attack to 120%. And silences target for 3 seconds. Okay. So, if I'm not mistaken, the increases attack to 100 was originally... I think it was 110% is said, I believe. And then obviously now it's 120%, which is, well, any percent would have been nice, as long as it wasn't a 1% like a certain someone, Melanite. But 120%, very good. Silences targets for 3 seconds. Like I said, I don't care much about silence at all. But I could still say this is really good. 3 seconds is a long time. That is very nice. So, not bad. The second talent, the new one, Bygone Wings. Applies weightless to enemies with 80% or more HP within attack range. Of course, we can look. Weight reduced by 1 level. Effects of the same name do not stack. Okay, so basically there are certain boss enemies and or possibly just I guess you could say mini bosses, or just people that have extreme weight, mainly boss enemies, that you cannot levitate and or I guess what would be the other word? Like, you can knock up because of their weight limit. Now, of course, reading weightless, this decreases it by 1 if their HP is at 80%. So if we had to use Patriot, for example, Reunion Patriot, if you don't know. I think we could actually levitate him, if I'm not mistaken. I think this should be enough if you can reduce the level by 1. But of course, he has to be above 80% HP in order for that to happen. But not only that, he has to be within attack range. I believe that's what is being said. Or sorry, no, forgive me. That isn't what I meant. I believe you can do that to Patriot. And then of course others, I'm pretty sure it's the same. Patriot might be... I probably shouldn't have used Patriot, to be honest. Patriot might be an exception. He might be someone that you actually can't move or levitate. Improves first time. Okay. We could look real quick at the potential. DP cost, redeployment time, attack plus 27, all basic stuff, improves first talent. And of course, as you know, the first talent is the 3-second silence and the 120% extra attack damage against aerial enemies. Is it worth it to get her potential? Considering that we don't know how big the percent will be if you go for the potential of increasing the talent 1. If you, I mean, the short answer, if you like her, pull her, obviously. As far as percent-wise, because she's a 6-star, this makes it kind of hard to encourage you to actually roll for multiples of her. I'll say this, if the first talent increases the attack damage by 8% or higher, I'd say it's worth it. If it's lower than 8%, no. I'd say don't. Like, I guess, like, you would be looking at the attack plus 27 to increase. That goes with, well, that just increases her attack and or possibly goes with, you know, her first skill and or just whatever. All the above. So as far as get her potential up, short answer, if she's your lady, I mean, obviously yes. If she's not and you're just looking to increase her, I would recommend no. I would save, if anything. If it isn't above 8% increase in attack damage. Module, last one module. Base stats changes, HP 120%, attack plus 40. Branch trait changes, deals arts damage, ignore 10 of target's resistance. Excuse me. Theca. Sorry, I don't know why I said Theca. Bibliotheca. I can't give too much comment on it. Ignore 10 of target's resistance is good. The reason why I can't really give comment on it is because this is something that you can obviously just unlock. It's not something that's like, oh, you're pulling or anything. This is like, if I had to use an example, it's like a welfare. It's like a welfare servant or a welfare operator that you get for free. You can't really judge anything because you're getting it for free. Although technically you're obviously, you're paying in Lungman dollars and whatever polymerization preparation. This is good. This obviously increases her damage, but not only does it increase her damage, it ignores 10 of target's resistance, which is very good. So yeah, I mean, it's good. Okay. Stats overview and or operator review. Finalization. Overall. A rating out of 10. Ho-Holiak. 6-star caster Ho-Holiak. And this is, sorry, I should mention, because I'm thinking really hard. This is in line with comparing to other 6-star operators. This isn't a broad overview comparing to every operator. This is 6-star operators. This is a hard one. Looking at stats, she seems well, I mean, she's obviously not bad. She seems pretty good, but just looking off of stats, it's kind of hard to really give her a rating, because I really need to see her in action and what she can do with that staff and those legs. See how well she can actually carry herself. I would have to give her a... This is gonna be a new one. This is gonna be a weird new one. An 8 with a question mark. An 8 with a question mark out of 10. Like I just said, this is a weird one. Looking at stats, she's obviously good, but I more or less need to see her in action. Looking at her skill 3, considering that it's something you're most likely going to be running and or using most of the time, depending on how good the actual skill 2 will actually be. Excuse me, sorry. I'm thinking and yawning. I'm pretty tired out. I don't normally give this long of speeches in rapid succession. I'm not sure. It's gonna be it's an 8 with a question mark. I have yet to actually finalize what it's going to look like when we actually use her. She seemed... Oh. I don't know why... Sorry, I don't know why I'm hesitating on she seems good. She is good, no doubt. But it's like... I have to see her in action. Just looking off of everything. Because I'm curious as to how far those whirlwinds are. Because I would imagine they aren't universal. But if they are universal, that could drastically change how I look at Ho-Holiak. Ho-Holiak. Sorry, not. I don't know why there's an extra H. Ho Oliak. But then again, I guess there is an H. Forgive me. My English is poor. I'm still debating with myself. Forgive me, Avalon. I have to stick with it. I legitimately have to stick with the question mark. The 8 with a solid question mark out of 10, I would give Ho Olhiak. Yeah, it's got to be 8 question mark out of 10. Oh, well, there's our daily login. Okay. And our daily random. $800 random, nice. Extra 200 random. We earned 1.2k random. Do our free roll. I'm gonna lose my mind if we. Okay, go.
はじめましてドクター。
Thank
プレゼントに
goodness.
これをどうぞ。僕の集めた鉱物が入った標本ケースで。
Praise of thee. I would have lost my mind if we pulled Mulsis. That would have actually been like insane. If we I'm agonizing about it now. But then again, I shouldn't. I'm in a weird state.
この天井思っていたよりも低いのかな。
I don't know why I'm happy to not pull a 6-star.
それがドクターの職務でも嬉しい。
Whoever's the operator talking to me, I am not in the mood. I'm sorry. Oh no.
今私に触れたのか。
She's in our office. What are you writing? And then we got 2 lizard ladies.
あら、シエスタアイスティーに挑戦したいの？それともミノスミストの方かしら？
Okay.
変わりないわね。
We'll do our... Before we actually start the event, which surprisingly we still have not even started the event. We'll do our... Well, it'll be quick, but we'll do our daily routine,
変わりないわね。
checking everything. Our factory walk, which we already did. Our daily friend points, I believe is what they're called, if I'm not mistaken. Credit limit. We're doing good on gold, to be honest. We don't need to worry about it. We need the Lungman dollars, that's what we need. Okay. I did not forget, thankfully. This has been in our back rooms of Avalon for a long time, and I keep forgetting each and every time a new outfit comes out. Outfit voucher. Ebon holes we are most definitely getting. Most definitely. A very classy individual that definitely deserves some new attire, given his royalty. A traditional style gown worn by every Graf Urtica, now draped over Ebonhole's shoulders. Orders apathetically seep from the tip of the staff, piercing through the sparse Ensemble of nobles. Not bad. Next one. All the old skins, which I don't think they're... I've pretty much gone to everything that I could want for my wonderful operators. Yeah, this is very old, dating way back. Lumen. I like this, no doubt, but I like to keep Lumen in his original attire. Oh, never mind. Irene. Little Miss Irene, our wonderful hitman. Yes, I know she's not a hitman, but she's Avalon's hitman. We'll leave it at that. She's our special little hitman. We will get this. Voyage of Feathers. Irene's work outfit, placed in charge of the props. She sets them in place as a flock of fowl beasts circles higher into the sky, ships sailing into the distant horizon. We will get it, but considering how Irene already looks, I want to keep her in her work outfit. This is more or less just me having it as far as class. It's just nice to have. And of course, Chen, we are most definitely getting this. Just watch for a second. Nice sunlight piercing through the heavens. Specifically the mountain, whatever that is. Not bad. I guess we'll get a close-up. I should have done this first. 10,000 mountains. Chen Huichie entered the capital on a starry night and left before sunrise after settling matters. She bid farewell to old friends and took a sampan down the river, the lamp on the prow, crashing through the fog and night. Not bad. And of course, equip it. Born as one. Spectre. I might get this later. I'm kind of debating on this one because I like Spectre's original. Calcit. This is one that we have long been awaiting for, a skin. Especially a futuristic one. It's kind of ironic to think about too. Because given how long she's been alive for, to have her have futuristic things on her seems pretty ironic, given how old she actually is. Yeah, this looks really nice. I'm curious as to what monster is gonna look like.
アンチオリジニウム通信ラインはアクティベートされた。受信、返信、バベル。こちらケルシー、計画にのっとり元リターニア地区の探査を遂行している。現状では凝結点は確認できていない。ドクター、君の方の状況はどうだ？
Remnant. A Originium has taken over the land, and what she envisioned has become a reality. She has enumerated and entrusted everything else to the others, leaving only her name as she hones her mission into a sharp blade. So that's interesting that they would do this. So this is like a futuristic Amiya, or not Amiya, futuristic Calcit. Interesting intro. I think the only other person that has that kind of intro is, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. Our 6-star caster that took on Passenger, which I'm sure we'll see. Yeah.
私はありし日の運命を紐解いたのでしょうか。
いえ、これはただの夢です。あなたが避けてやまなかった夢ですよ。僕の未来。
Interesting. Okay. Well, I shouldn't say interesting. I already knew that, but more or less interesting about Calcit. And then I think that was pretty much it. Neural, the Radiant Knight, we don't own. Emerald Holiday. That's pretty much it. New module. What's our original? 35, 15, attack 35, defense 15. When monsters defeated, excluding retreat, all enemies in surrounding 8 tiles are stunned for 3.5, increase to 0.5 seconds, and receive 1,400 plus 200 true damage. Not bad. Wow, that second stage is extremely powerful. When monsters defeated, or if its HP drops below 50% for the first time, all enemies in surrounding 8 tiles are stunned. That's really good. I'm curious as to what Panacea would do. Attack speed plus 5, HP 150. Restores the HP of allies. Healing increased by 15% when healing a ground unit. This is not very good when compared to this very first one. Interesting. Yeah, Montour, aka Monster, seems a lot better. But then again, it is very much better. Especially given the fact that we have our wife at maximum potential. Okay. Let's stretch. That was a very long, very scattered, scrapped together review of Melanite and Holiak. But we finally made it after an hour and 51 minutes, which should have been 2 hours 51 minutes ago, that is. We can actually start Lone Trail. And of course there's a cinematic. Okay.
We were born to pursue knowledge.
The one that we saw. Okay.
For we were all born with naught. Before we were given a language, our hands reach out without being taught. All are to see. All are to know. We think. We uncover. We theorize. The pursuers then throw themselves to the dark again.
New 6 stars shining.
Bequests of the old, dotting our land. Enlightened futures they do not grant. Real enlightenment hides within these black forms of the crystallines. Originium, harbinger of our calamities, herald of our creations.
Something's interfering with the environment, possibly? Like liquid matter, maybe?
Catastrophes engrave our minds and motions. But a glitter are our deeds. Time they transcend. Thus we're made acquiescent to all retaliations. Now we pursue at a border again. Let only fools remain stagnant. Idly descend as history drags them. Lifeless, eroded, like pebbles become sand. They would never know. When we raise our eyes, a dome we shall gaze through. Visions, not of the land beneath, but of a world above. Forerunners were gone in glare. Aftercomers will seek their vestiges. There is only one mark. The truth.
A new age is upon us.
At the... I'm sorry, I already messed up. At the edge of the universe, there is one that stands. Her. I made that up. I'm not sure. I'm not... Interesting. Are we really going to space? I was gonna title the title of this stream and or video, "We're going to space," but I was hesitant because I'm not entirely sure if we're actually going to space or if this is some kind of, I don't want to say alternate reality, but more or less like maybe some space. Not literal space, but like some pocket dimension of space. But this almost seems as though we haven't even started. I'm already drawing assumptions. I'm sorry. Your king has to. This is just what I do. Of course, because we haven't played the event, we're obviously don't have anything. No currency. Instruction catalog, the way we do things. Clear CW10, which is most likely the finale. And CWX. Okay. And of course we'll get Shining, as you can see, on the 5th node and or stage. Taking in the environment, the scenery, and the hopeful music. Course medal set. New operators, 50% more trust. Of course, Holiak will be using Melanite, of course. And then once we get silence, the coming of the future. Flight data recorder chip, which is the currency. CWST1. Dark clouds. Rain is coming to trim mounts. Of course, this is, well, I mean, if it isn't obvious already, we are finally starting the story. Of course, Arknights event story, or story event, sorry. Starting from the top. Arknights story event Lone Trail starts now. Dark clouds. Rain is coming to trim mounts. If in a century or a millennium our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing her praises. She sat on a tree stump, humming as she observed the shapes of the clouds above. It was not until her mother called for her that she hopped off and ran toward the voice. The low flight that they were about to take was all too familiar to her parents. Otherwise, they would not have taken her along. Her goggles were strapped on and her seatbelt fastened. As the engines roared, the aircraft began to slide down the runway. The wind brushing her cheeks grew stronger and stronger. Scared, she closed her eyes. Then, her body felt very light. A nauseous feeling gushed through her larynx, and her heart raced to the tip of her throat. She squeezed tightly into her mother's embrace. Fortunately, the feeling didn't last very long. When the aircraft stopped jolting, she slowly relaxed. But she was still afraid to open her eyes, until her mother lightly tapped her shoulder. She finally found the courage to open her eyes and look around. From this angle, the city where she had lived her whole life felt so foreign and strange. The crowds that she was struggled to squeeze through now looked like tiny, insignificant insects. Her mother pointed up, prompting her to look. The sky was so clear and bright. Outskirts of Max, District of Columbia, 1099. Federal Nomadic Prison. Finely dressed man. Being very observant, right off the bat, there's 3 logos of Ryan's lab marked on the sky. Scratch that, there's 4 logos. So obviously, given he's some kind of salesman, maybe? Given that he's got like 2 ID cards on his collar, there's a Ryan's Lab, and he's got an ID. Justin Fitzroy Jr. I think he might be trying to like buy him off, trying to get like a, what would be the word? A favor. This is beyond blackmail. This is like, this is just running on and on. Sell the information on all of the prisoners' special procedures. I would imagine he's specifically looking for someone that's in jail. Trim mounts. Okay. So it is an actual place. She stood in the center on the day of her parents' funeral. People came and went around her. One after another, men she didn't know offered their condolences in front of her parents' portraits. A science journal's editor-in-chief, a high-level government official, a legendary investor in the finance world, the representative of a technology. Why am I mispronouncing that? The representative of a technology. The representative of a technology conglomerate. Okay, I don't know why it was... I don't know. I kept saying techno. Technology. Sorry, forgive me. I don't know why. Yes, I listened to techno, if it isn't obvious already. All of them looked so saddened. Saddened that the genius inventor, husband, and wife brought the world of science to new heights, only to both die young. None of them could understand. They couldn't understand why, when this era-defining technology, flight, had just taken off. Why would they waste their energy and effort on something as meaningless as reaching the highest altitude possible? All of them were furious. Furious that, with the death of the Wrights, the government-sponsored planes became a laughingstock, and their enormous investments had all gone down the drain. One by one, the guests all left. She alone stood in front of her parents' grave and lifted her head up to look at the sky. Clear sky, that is. Yeah, it was so dark. So dark and gloomy. The light is blindingly bright. Past the passageways, dark shadows, the uncharacteristically bright lights keep Justin Fitzroy Jr. from opening his eyes. The brightly glowing laboratory is right, exactly the same as the ones in trim mounts. Justin Jr. takes 2 steps to feel things out and finds his attention instinctively drawn to the equipment, so clean and shiny that there is light reflecting off of it. How much did this cost to build? They built all of this for one man's sake. Deep in an area of the laboratory, untouched by light, an old man whose face is hidden guards. An old man whose face is hidden guards. A radio, as ancient as himself. Ooh, excuse me. They actually built his lab inside the prison. Okay. I thought we were actually picking up from Ryan's lab itself. Convict number 30. By using Originium? Logan Williams. I don't know if I would say the scenery looks familiar, but the way the buildings look and the streets, this does remind me of the last event where we... Well, I'm kind of murky on it because I didn't complete it, or didn't get to complete it. But the last time we were with Ryan's Lab, when we were introduced to the new 6-star executor, Dorothy, and Holyoke herself. Technology. In other words, knowledge. Special plates. It will be Columbia's first step into a new era. Man in military uniform. Ferdinand. Sounds really familiar. Colonel Blake. A super weapon crafted specifically to keep that damn shard of Londinium in check. The shard of Londinium, specifically the Sarkaz. Hammer. Hamhrr. Dorothy? Hallway outside controls office. Ryan Lab trim outs. No, Mulesies. Maybe we'll pick up with the entire gang. Gross tail. Right off the bat, okay. Elf. Background information, just in case if you don't know, Ho Olyuk is a mercenary. She is a hired gun, but technically she's not actually a hired gun, she's more or less a hired caster. We should see this. I should have done this at the start. I'll keep this in mind in the future when we get scenes like this. Huh. Kukulkan. 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 Is that her true name? The dreadful Liberry has vanished. Aside from the droplets of water on the sofa, the fight earlier might as well have never happened. The door closes. Milcease doesn't try to give chase. There's no telling how much truth there was to Hoeliak's words, but her presence alone already explains a lot. She should ask Kristen directly. This is why she came here today, and she still has many other questions. There's no one here to answer her. Milcease's voice echoes throughout the empty office. Her shadow is split into two halves by the wall, like two people standing at a branching path. When and where did all of this begin? Everything that once was has changed, yet she knew nothing about it. This familiar room, this familiar hallway both seem so foreign to her now. She hates this feeling. It's just like the time after she was born, when she realized for the first time that she was all alone in the world. On the day of the Rhine Labs Foundation, everyone had faith that this was the starting point of a company destined for greatness. The idea made everyone nervous. It cheered them all up. It put smiles on their faces. It kept them up at night. She and Saria chatted about the future on the balcony until the next day's beaming sunrise shone bright directly into their eyes. At that moment, she thought that she, Saria, and all of these people would walk with Rhine Lab forever. It was an unrealistic notion. When topics like profit, conflict, and misunderstanding piled onto her desk one after another, she couldn't help but laugh. What exactly is confining mankind? She lifted her head to look at the sky. It was so ugly. Rest stop, Tremount's outskirts, roughly 18 miles from the city center. A new face. Detective. Oh, so he's not like actually a robot? I was gonna say, is this like a Fallout 4 Valentine kind of situation? If you play Fallout 4, you know. If you don't, there's a detective that's a robot that's named Valentine. Counts it. Okay, so they know each other. It's been a while. Dame Kaltsit. Dom Kaltsit. The day of Teresa's ascension. So he's maybe a sarcasm? Is that what I'm understanding? A once powerful revenant, not Anne. He is sarcasm. Okay. That's pretty much confirming it, what he just said. The Tin Man lifts his head up to gaze at the bottom of the dark clouds. Not far away, a pure white feline and a fire-red Savra sit on a bench. The Savra girl enthusiastically tries to tell us something to her buddy, but her buddy simply stares at the sky, seemingly paying no attention whatsoever. She is thinking about the past. She seems to know why she received that letter and why she had to come back to this country, but she actually doesn't understand it all that well. She is simply thinking that there are things you have to face sooner or later. Wow, okay. Quite the... I don't want to say drastic change, but that is quite the different outlook that Ifrit has. And then, of course, our cute little Rosemontes is still the same old white feline Rosemontes. These are some pretty powerful children. I mean, Kaltsit silently looks at Tremounts, shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. Its tallest skyscrapers remain under the thick, dark clouds, its base hidden by the fields around them. Likewise, the Tin Man lifts his head. Up in the sky above the city and the entire lands, at an unreachable altitude that mankind has dreamt of reaching for thousands of years. A burning fireball is tearing through the skies like a falling star. Ifrit, do you want to hear a story? A story. Alright. Today's story takes place in a beautiful city in Sargon. There was once a well-respected king, loved by his people, but when he finally grew old, he had an anxious look on his face, never calming down for even a second. He gave it his all to rule his city, but he found that not one thing in the city would bear his mark forever. His statues would crumble and his legends would fade. People forget too easily. In the final days of his life, he eagerly hoped for there to be something that could truly symbolize his whole legacy and ensure that it would be told for generations to come. And so, he asked his wife. He hoped to find this treasure with her together. Excuse my fumbling. They searched all over the lands and found a bottomless pit of gold, clothing that restored youth, a magic mirror that allowed its user to change races at will, a sword that could rend mountains, and a treasure map that led to mythical realms. Sorry, a sword that could rend mountains. Are they referencing the size of kings? I know specifically it says that, oh, it rends catastrophes, while this says mountains. Are they referencing it? Is this what that is? None of these were what the king wanted. They were all too specific, and the desires they bore were too strong. The old king did not think any of these could represent his legacy. This left the queen stricken with grief. She prayed to the night skies that her husband would get his wish. Finally, hearing her faithful prayers, a star arrived in the mortal realm. Ifrit stares blankly at the blazing red tail sweeping through the sky. She suddenly recalls a story out of the thousands that silence has told her. Legend has it, there is always hope wherever a star so happens to land. The differences that divide mankind are mended the moment the star reaches the ground, and everyone's wishes will be fulfilled all at once. Will a star come falling down? There's no time to think. Time is flying by. I wish for her. I'm curious what does CW mean? Operation CW. The Coming of the Future. Ryan Lab Pioneer Project, Lone Trail. The reason why I'm wondering is because to announce what we're starting, like CW Section 1. It's obviously not Lone Trail. The coming of the future, the lingering past, the pursuing of the present. Okay. Section 1, Dense Fog. Does the falling star foretell hope or disaster? Level 20. I don't even think we need to look at the maps, to be honest. This is going to be very simple. Okay, we're at that time. As always, a very short but quick tip, and or I guess you could say a recap of what we do when it comes to events and or chapters, story chapters, events, story events, whatever they may be pertaining to that specific story. We do a story-based squad, and what that means is we use operators that we see in the story. For example, we saw Ifrit and Rosemontes, so we most likely and or obviously are going to use them. So we'll have those two. But considering that there is what I believe 1, 2. 10 more slots. I know that took a while. 10 more slots for operators to be put in. We will fill them in with operators that we need to increase trust with. So for example, Lin, we're at 105% trust. Another Susurin or Susuro, 33%. Vigil, we're at 184%. So these are obviously will be filled in by operators that we need to get our trust up in. So for now, we do know Rosemontes is with us. Of course, who do we replace? Siege. Siege we've been using for chapter 12. Of course, we'll continue on Monday, next stream specifically. Thinking. Here we go. And then of course she has her new module, which we obviously need to complete, which actually makes this a perfect time to actually set it up. But then again, if you weren't here earlier, Ho Oliak has literally robbed us dry, robbed Avalon dry of our materials. That being our Lungman dollars. Relook over skills, make sure I want to keep it on skill 3. Okay. We might change this later on, but we'll keep it on skill 3. Next person, Indra, will switch out with the obvious candidate, Melanite, with skill 2. Who's next? Nope, Rock. We still need to get up. Fire Whistle, 153, Falnick, 200%, surprisingly. We will throw Holiak in, obviously. We'll keep her first skill on. We'll see how that looks.
作戦計画なんてないわよ。プランは変わるものだから。任務さえ達成できるなら、ルール破りは大歓迎よ。
Is there anyone else that we can switch out? Irons, I know we still need to get up 58%. W, I'm sure we're way off, 27%. Wind chimes, 123%. I think we should be fine. I believe. Yeah, this should be fine. Continuing on with section 1. Oh, sorry. Narrator. Where's the narrator? The Liberi steps out onto the rooftop of a tall tower and looks up at the sky. From this high vantage point, the faint, sharp screech is concealed by the wind, by the sound of the wind, while the faint spot of light rapidly expands in her eyes. Her thick tail dexterously and I want to tear out my throat. Her thick tail dexterously and rhythmically sweeps back and forth, a graceful measure to which the Liberi can compare the invisible grid of the city beneath her. The Liberi leaps from the tall tower. Oh wow, we're here. Okay. I didn't think Rhodes Island would actually be here. And by Rhodes Island, I mean us. Specifically, Dr. Julius. These are both really good options. Trim Mounts hotels really care about guest privacy, huh? They just let any lab director in anytime. It's Saria you want to see, right? Does this have to do with Rhine Lab 2? I'm not sure about the Site 359. New visitors. Ifrit, who brought you here? Wife. Been a while. But then again, it has been a while. You're currently in chapter 12, bleeding out. Technically. Rosemontes. The floaty feline girl apparently entered the room at some point. She stands next to the window and listens quietly to your conversation. She gazes at you in your room. Behind her, there are pure white clouds floating gently across the clear Tremountain sky. It's been a while, Rose. just quick, very small intel. The Diabolic Crisis was something that Rhine Labs was working on that had to do with Ifrit specifically. And because Ifrit kind of went out of control, it was immediately disbanded, which became the Diabolic Crisis, and or I guess you could say incident. Beast. I'm curious as to why Silence is letting civilians get in. Unless it's not Silence actually doing it. But it almost seems as though. Who doesn't know Usaria? I could be wrong, and I don't know why I'm just now noticing this. Does he have 2 ties on? Or is it just looped in a weird way? Like he doesn't know how to tie it. But it looks as though he's already tied it. Or he has it on backwards, I think. I think he's supposed to like flip it around. But like I said, backwards. She doesn't need it. She is the shield. Uh-oh. This back alley has some bad history. Let's see if it lives up to its name. Or to its scenery, that is. Dorothy. Didn't they let him in? Sorry, let me reread this. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry. They did let them in, but they more or less, like, took off. Uh-oh, we're back in Londinium. The outskirts of Londinium, that is. Or, well, sorry, the outside walls of it. Of course I'm joking if no one understands. I'm more or less speaking of Chapter 11. Saria's gaze travels over the throng of people and past the striking yellow barriers, landing on the factory behind. The once smooth factory building has been demolished beyond recognition, with scorch marks scrawled by heaps of debris scattered all over. A series of explosions have eroded the facade, leaving only the interior foundations that give her a clear view. In the center of the factory lies a huge ring-like mechanical structure, diagonally embedded into the ground like an outrageous art installation. The source of the explosion. Horizon Arc Project. A colossal ruin lies before her. Just how many injuries or casualties have happened in there? Silence recalls the news, not mentioning any numbers relevant to that question. She recalls the destruction at Site 359. It was difficult for her to even picture what it looked like before the ruins. Don't look so glum. Come on. You're with the king. Let's explore Columbia. Although, I guess, Ifrit, you already know much about Columbia. But I'm sure Rosmontes doesn't know. Ifrit, tell me more about what you did on the way here. The falling star. That night, it seemed the entire city heard the queen's prayers and the sound of her tears splotching onto the sand. In the end, the queen passed out in the higher tower of the palace. The queen's faithfulness reached the hearts of the stars. One after another, they soared through the skies and came before the old king. The old king was swallowed by the endless surge of brightness. Within it, he saw a sight that he had never seen nor dreamed in his entire life. The next morning, the queen awoke to find a huge hole had appeared on the palace's roof, and the old king, who had passed away hours ago, stood with a smile still lingering on his now stiffened lips. Were the stars brought here by her prayers? The stars made her wish come true, and they took her lover with them. Combat. Dense fog. Section 1, dense fog.
みんな行くよー。終わったらご飯おごってあげるからね。
Military hound. Military hounds that first saw action Bolivar. Yeah.
想定外の状況は自己判断で対処する。
We could put map to that. No, small radius. It'd be proper to, well, let's put her here. Alright, Melanite. Let's see what you got. Nice looking regen she has. Interesting. I think there's a new enemy that was announced. I didn't even notice it. I was too enthralled by it. Okay. I was too enthralled by Melanite's appearance. Dropping onto the scene. Trim out City Defender. When attacking, temporarily reduces your operator's block by 1. If operator's on a gravity switch, reduces their block to 0. I'm assuming that's something that might drop, or possibly something that will actually be in the future fields, maybe? Alright, straight across. 2.8k damage, not bad. Physical damage specifically. Might as well. That gun spin on Vigil. Let's put Holyoke right here.
尻尾にホコリがつくのは嫌って言わなかったかしら。私を傭兵扱いするつもりなの？アーツが効かなくなっちゃったの？どうしたんでしょうね。私を傭兵扱いするつもりなの？
今
から起きることを見て。聞こえた。死神が降臨する音が。はい。聞こえた。死神が降臨する音が。命令を出して完璧にやってみせるから。みんなまずは隠れたね。火がついてから行動開始ね。
見逃してあげるなんて言ったかしら。それはノーカウントね。
いつでも動ける。とっととこの茶番劇を終わらせるぞ。
命令を出して完璧にやってみせるから。
あら、逃げたいの
？That's 4. 3 more enemies, wherever they may be. Let's do this. Speed up. No. Sadly.
見逃してあげるなんて言ったかしら。それはノーカウントね。今日はご機嫌斜めなの。
聞こえた。死神が降臨する音が。
踏んでみたら？
Mission accomplished.
Okay. Nothing much to go on. They're looking pretty good so far. Kristen's in chat. This is like the second time people are making their appearances from the game and actually have entered Avalon. Ugh. Forgive me. Need to stretch for a second. The first one was Damatsty Cluster, now it's Kristen. Everyone's taking their visits. But anyways, welcome to Avalon, Kristen. Do you have anything to say about the meteorite striking the ground in Colombia? What are your thoughts? Are you aware you endangered people? Sorry, I was so enthralled by Kristen being in chat. What's with the bird? I would assume it's a parrot, but he's got his own vest. Can it stop? Can it speak? His own little suit and his badge. The Arc 01, or specifically the Arc 1. I remember them saying something about hammer. If this is what I think it is this possibly a solar weapon? And by a solar weapon, I mean, is this like, I don't remember where I remember the name hammer came from, but I remember it having to do with like a satellite that shot down, not the sun, but more or less like a heat ray. Maybe I'm thinking of Akira. Yeah, see, there it is again. Hammer. Digging complex shafts as well as erecting a HAMHRR hammer. Who fell from the sky. Saria's eyes shift from the factory ruins to the sky above her. Again with hammer. Unless they're talking about the opposite. Like an actual... They're actually talking about making a spacecraft to make it up there. But it more or less sounds like Kristen's already there. Breaking news. I already had it in mind, but more or less the very start of the story event, when it was talked about the two parents dying. This is obviously Kristen they're talking about. Who shot it down? Maybe... oh no, maybe Holyoke? Someone new? Marianne? So that's not her name. Well, maybe it is her name, but she more or less has a nickname. His dad. Wait, is she maybe older than I think? Because if he's talking about his dad, he's more or less making it sound as though this was like a long time ago. Maybe it's the glasses, but she doesn't look old. She's got Ryan's Lab earrings. Jara Booker Wilson. Job hopping? Harvest. I don't believe she was in the last event, which name is escaping my mind. Tin Man. Again. Spelling check. It's be bad for business if she gets caught. It'd be bad for business if she gets caught. Needs a D, not an S. Holiak scans the space in front of her, a massive, hollow underground ring-shaped structure. In other words, a well. Originium lamps fastened to the well's walls provide only a basic lighting, making it difficult to determine the overall depth, and laid within the grooves running along the walls are capable... Sorry, my eyes just completely wandered all over this. Try this again. Inlaid within the grooves running along the walls are cables extending into the darkness. The person with who she was speaking earlier is now pacing back and forth, leaving her with but a busy silhouette. She seems to be busy testing something. Even in such a deep area, her actions do not seem to cause much of an echo. Presumably, the surface structure incorporates some high-performance sound-absorbing material. The entire area seems to be as still and silent as lingering mist. Is this where Kristen is? Nasty. Kukulkan. Nasty dives back into her own work, and the screen is once again engulfed with a large amount of data, like a tide flooding across the land. She focuses up more, leaving Hohoyak alone to do little else than stare at her back. That is when she notices the devices around her waist. They appear as a lattice of dead branches, spliced together irregularly. But as Nasty intermittently works at her station, they sway back and forth in a short, regular rhythm. As if sentient, they seem to be following Nasty's thoughts. Nasty doesn't answer. She enters a few commands, and as the screens in front of her go dark one by one, she turns and heads towards the door. Behind her, the underground space becomes dimmer and dimmer. Sarcasm. Hohoyak takes a step back upon hearing that one word. Her body instinctively carries out the order, as if executing a command. Banshee. The same as Logos. The icy cold air caresses Nasty's neck before dissipating like an illusion. The young Banshee shivers slightly. A crack forms across the bone pen in her hand. She has a bone pen too. Okay. So as you know, Logos, to cast his arts, he himself has a bone pen as well. And by a bone pen, I mean like an actual pen, like a fountain pen. Before the Banshee can speak again, Hohoyak nimbly disappears behind the door. The darkness lingering within the air trembles violently for a spell. The Nasty finally lets go of her words. That was a long section. Well, I mean, it was pretty easy with you there, Rose. Section 2, Without a Trace. Fickle hints come and go, as does the path ahead. Pretty easy. Things will pick up at the X stages, of course. Did anyone else new join in? I get Susuro. Let's see. Yeah, we don't even have... we have nothing to actually upgrade anything. Same lineup. Actually, I completely forgot, but it's fine. We'll change it next section. I need to change Holyoke's skill to skill 2. These stars have twinkled above Terra since ancient times. Just how many romantic myths and searching gazes do they hold? Astrologers spend their lives assigning symbols to constellations and celestial bodies to give them meaning, while shamans and druids try to interpret the trails left by every passing meteor. They are untouchable. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that the sky has become the true home of those who indulge in fantasy. As for this great land, looking up holds no meaning. Here she is, okay. Looking great. Spelling error. People live on this P wrapped so softly in its pod and couldn't care any less. They need to get rid of the A. And then there's Nasty. Out of reach. Ferdinand suddenly looks up at Blake, his eyes full of astonishment. He has come to a conclusion. He can barely believe himself. What you wanted was a mood. I don't understand what that means. Or the second thing I could think of is maybe it's supposed to say moot. What you wanted was a moot. I'm not sure. Forgive your king, I'm a little off when it comes to English. Avenge your parents. Ferdinand stares at the soldier before him, confirming he's seen something in the man's eyes. Whether pure banter or a real crisis, silence has connected the two. Gosh, why is Saria looking... Excuse my French. Why is Saria looking like a badass? Why she gotta pose like that? She's ready to... I'm sorry, this is like out of left lane, but she's ready to take on the world. She's ready to just like... have a rocket be sent at her by Kristen. Alright, we're picking up with the doctor. Specifically Kaltsit. Kaltzit looks out the window. The skyscraper in the distance with its gigantic glass facade frames a billow of clouds, its surface crystal clear, like a leaf full of dewdrops. Indeed, it is just a leaf. Her gaze expands, and the building quickly disappears into a nest of countless skyscrapers, exhibitions on science and technology interspersed with expo halls, and other specialized buildings scattered around at random, like a bacterial colony in a forest. But as she raises her head, the vast sky dwarfs the city, and Tremmounts is only a leaf. The sun. I'm pretty sure it is a blowtorch, because obviously we've seen Ifrit and how she plays. She has like what is by all means a blowtorch. Her weapon on her back almost looks like what do you call it? What do you call that gun? Not... Gosh, the name is escaping me. It's one of those shotguns. Like a... How would you say it? A lever shotgun, or an action lever shotgun. Something along those lines. Where it's got the, you shoot it and you immediately like cock it back and then you cock it back in. Like you cock out the first shell and the next shell goes right back in. Stop eavesdropping. The door's soundproofed. But I'm pretty sure it is the blowtorch. If it is a shotgun, that would be wild. Maybe we'll get an E3 altar. But then again, I'm not sure if that will actually happen, considering that E3 is already a 6-star. Well, it's ironic, because, well, Ifrit is questionable. Rosemonte, well, sorry, no, I have that in the opposite way. Rosemontes is fine. Ifrit is questionable, given her history with Ryan's lab and or this location. Kind of referring back to what I said about the, what do you call it? I think it was called the Diabolic Crisis, or the Diabolic Crisis that she was in, that she caused. But when you really think about it, given Rosemontes and Ifrit's history, these are two very powerful individuals. But the issue that comes to mind is that they are very unstable. Like, they could pop off, like lose control of their power. Well, specifically their arts. I shouldn't say power, but... Because as far as Rosemontes goes, her mental state is really unstable, given certain circumstances. And then, Ifrit, you can... as your king, I'll apologize, but when it comes to Ifrit, I'm not too well read on what truly makes her dangerous. I know it has something to do with her arts and something having to do with like not Diablo himself, but something along those lines. Her flames, which are her arts. Rosemontes, we already know it's her mental state. Rosemontes, you're looking at the letter again. Are you okay? The feline girl is still holding that thin envelope in her hands. 5 minutes ago, she opened it and quietly read the letter again before stuffing it back inside a minute ago. She lifts her head up to look at you. There doesn't seem to be any particular emotion in her eyes, but you know something unmistakable nonetheless. She is trying to sorry. I don't know. It's that time. She is trying to comfort herself, almost like she is trying to smooth out a small wrinkled piece of paper under a school desk without attracting anyone's attention. You can feel that she is confused, maybe even in pain. Uh-oh. That is not a good face to see. I don't even remember seeing a face like this. Yeah, see. I can't tell her to relax, and if I were in her position as a kid, I would not like to take a nap. Rosemontes, slow down. Take it slow. If it hurts, we can go back to Rhodes Island right now. Control your power. Don't force yourself to think. Okay? I'm here. Yeah. At least she's got a friend. I'm actually curious as to what the age difference between those two are. I'm sorry. I was late to respond to that. Sorry. Sorry I'm getting really impatient. Surprisingly. Excuse me. her brute side showing. Her berserker. Monster. Okay, that happened, I guess. What's going on with Jara? Oh, silence. Getting her new outfit. Her new equipment. Does she not need her glasses anymore? Did she actually mean contacts? Yep. Our little girl's grown up. Our little bird. Very interesting spelling. Well, wording, to be exact. The outside world is full of speculation, but at my age, I don't think Kristen I don't Kristen to promise me anything. The outside world is full of speculation, but at my age, I don't think Kristen needs to promise me anything. So I'm pretty sure that's what's supposed to say. I don't think Kristen needs to promise me anything. I only wanted to stay and watch her patch up a few things. No matter how far Kristen and the go, no matter how far Kristen and I go, right? Oh, here they are. Those Monties. The very moment the impact force reaches you, instinctively you take the feline girl's hand. Evidently, she mistakes it for you being agitated about something. She relaxes her tightly clenched fists, carries you in her arms, and starts running away. Wait, what? Wait, what? The very moment the impact force reaches you, you instinctively take the feline girl's hand. Evidently, she mistakes it for you being agitated about something. Is this little girl actually carrying me? At the same time, the fiery sapper girl dashes in our direction, her flames howling. Shadows forming, her arms turn into swords. Or actually, maybe boxing gloves, something of that sort. A shadow steps in front of you for it. A thick wall of calcium crystals unfolds before her in an instant, blocking the power armor's onslaught. A burst of intense clashing fills the room, leaving a low, lingering hum in the air. They left. We don't know what's going on. Let it go. I'm fine. No doubt. Is it because the E-Freak got involved? Hugger. Good enough. Okay, now the fight starts. Section 2, Without a Trace.
覚えておけ。俺たちの目的は暴力そのものではなく、それがもたらす勝利だ。あまり気張る必要はなさそうだ。
Wrong spot, but whatever. Oh. Okay. That was close. This won't be.
武器の状態良好。データ収集開始できます。
Oh, it completely escaped my mind. I think the section 1, when we're in the battle, I got distracted. I tried making a comment on her gun, but she's got like an energy gun. Unless I already made that statement, I'm not sure. It's been a long morning. We had to do 2 reviews when I was expecting to only do 1. And some lizard girl took all my Lungman dollars. Took all of Avalon's Lungman dollars, that is. New enemy, Arc Screen Guard. Starting defense and resistance are high, but reduced whenever damage is taken. Okay. Kind of going in line with Poholiak's second skill.
いつでもお前の犠牲で何かが得られるとでも。
You could do this.
羽が濡れるのは嫌いだって。制圧射撃。
Get the love hit.
逃げられると思う？
Rosmontis needs damage.
始まる。アーツが効かなくなっちゃったの？どうしたんでしょうね。
Then yeah, should be fine. Put W. here.
今日はご機
Get
嫌
some
斜めな
landmines
のは
out.
ついてないわね。
いつでもこの巻き狩りには時間をかけす
Really
ぎ
show off her skill too.
踏んでみたら
Get some
怪我人はい
landmines
ない。あら、逃げたいの？踏んでみたら？あら、逃げたいの？指示をどうぞ。
いつでも動ける。
踏んでみた。
いくら必死にあがこうが逃げられはしない。
あら、逃げたいの？足を上げない方がいいわ。命令を出して完璧にやってみせるから。
Doing
あ
good.
ら、逃げたいの？踏んでみたら？大丈夫、すぐ治るから。あなたのこと
Now.
覚えておく。さえすれば気にしなくて済むの。足を上げない方がいいわ。
Wow, he is really tanking that, especially with the defense down. I can't believe that.
Mission accomplished.
And yes, I know it's his passive, the high defense and high resistance, but he took a lot of hits. A lot more than I thought. Ifri has been frowning from the moment they got back to their room, or more accurately, from the moment they left Saria. There are several intricate geometric shapes scattered on the table. It's a scale model of cities like trim mounts, given to the guests by the hotel for free. Rosmontes and Ifrit sit on opposite corners of the sofa, chatting on and off sporadically. You look at the children but do not interrupt. You don't need to think too hard. A long corridor. I got lost. My brothers aren't much older than me, but I can always count on them. They come to look for me in no time, and they pat my head and tell me I have nothing to be afraid of. They have scars that look alike on the back of their heads, too, like the marks I made to group flowers together last night. Brothers? It's because they care. Huh. I don't know what to make of that, or what to say. I don't know whether to be angry at Ifrit. Irregular geometric shapes of silver float slowly in the air, accompanied by the buzz of a high-frequency hum. It is another transmitter, but it seems to be slightly different than the other one in her hand, and Silence could not make out what the specific differences were. An aged Caprine in the middle of the room nods slightly, as if he had heard someone call him. The transmitter draws a huge arc in the air as it lands on his shoulder. This guy. Parvis. Silence pulls the excited transmitter back into her arms and slowly walks towards the other party. Oh, narrator. Where's the narrator? Ugh. Silence picks up the experimental instrument next to her, walks over to Parvis and puts it down where his finger is pointing. She connects the unit to the operating terminal's port, and Parvis is already seated in front of the monitor without even glancing at her as a slew of complex equations frantically calculate themselves on the display. Only when Silence stands up does she realize that he had given the order as naturally as she had executed it. Parvis does not answer. Silence carefully observes her professor's expression. It is not as if he is not trying to avoid it or is bored by the question, but rather, it is not even worth answering at all. Disruptive experiment in history. Parvis is speaking very calmly. More precisely, he even sounds a little distracted. The equation on the screen seems to have to do with the transmitter. Parvis never turns to look at Silence. His eyes are fixated only on the equation. Silence can tell very clearly what it is that she is feeling right this moment. Anger. She clenches her fist. What you got? No, you just remind me of someone. What's your opinion on Valentine's Day? What happens if your skin rusts? Does that count as a skin disease? So you used to know me, huh? The vice president. I don't think the number has to do with anything. You aren't here to find the vice president some bodyguards, are you? Specifically a lizard. Or a reptile, I should say. A more broad description. You sure you don't want Kaltzit's opinion first? She is someone that likes to be in control. Take it from me. I can easily get in touch with Kaltzit. If anything, Saria would probably be the most difficult to get in touch with, but nonetheless I should relay this with her. Maybe I should try to get in touch with Saria. Is it because I brought up Saria, Ifrit? Well, aren't you a kid? Correction, Ifrit. Yes, Rosemontis is an elite operator, but she is very unstable. So while yes, she is an elite, at the same time, she does not qualify to be one, given her mental. If Ifrit were to do a mission, I would have to accompany her. There's no way she could go by herself. She needs like a custodian, like a guardian. I'm just wondering what kind of mission I should assign you, Operator Ifrit. Not even silence, researcher silence. Okay, so for those of you that I'm sure... How do I word this? For those of you that don't know and or have forgotten, there was a story event that was... I don't remember the name, but it was more or less a prison break. And the prison break had to do with a operator that is with Rhodes Island at this very moment named Mountain. And of course, it's very easy to very easy to give a description as to who he is, because he is a giant white tiger in a literal sense. And he was, I believe, the CEO and or the son of the late leader of I believe it's called Simon Co., which Mealcease is saying right now. If I'm not mistaken, Simon Co. is that that company that he is CEO of, and Hydebro is the rival company of that company, of Simon Co. And why this is important and or the information to know is that Hydebro actually sent out a hitman to kill Mountain, the Rhodes Island operator that's with us, that is the CEO of Simon Co., that was put in prison on false charges. So while I say it's important information, this is more or less just background information, because I was surprised to see that Mealcease is bringing this up. So basically that's what Simon Co. and Hydebro is. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're like delivery companies of some sort. But what you need to know is that Hydebro is the rival company of Simon Co. And Simon Co. is, I guess you could say, the good guy in a way. Hydebro is the bad guy, to keep it short. I guess Mealcease might explain it right here. Oh my lord. Okay. Sorry, I am so sorry. This just popped into my head after reading Anthony. You may think helping Anthony is the right thing to do, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Anthony, the person that she is talking about, is Mountain, the white tiger that I just explained, being the CEO of the late something Mr. Smith, I guess we could put him as. I don't know the name of the original founder, but the person that was assassinated and or killed. So when she says Anthony, she's talking about Mountain. Oh. Okay. Well, here he is. Okay. Yeah. He literally is a white tiger. There's a visual representation. I guess I didn't really need to explain it. Hayden 1. After leaving Parvis's lab, Silence spends the next half hour walking aimlessly along the streets of District 9. She had followed the transmitter all the way here, but what she should be doing now... Wait, sorry. I said that in the wrong way. She had followed the transmitter all the way here, but what should she be doing now? What could she be doing? Or what could she even do? Stop her own mentor? Find control and beg for the truth from her? He was right. How could she stop anyone if she doesn't even know where to begin? She's angry, but anger itself holds no meaning whatsoever. Such a long section. At a perfectly regular intersection in Trimonts, District 9, the driver anxiously confirms the current time. He needs to get to his destination within the next 10 minutes to block off a difficult client in time and allow the other party to sign the contract. But in the next second, he feels as if he is suddenly on a roller coaster ride. As if invisible slopes had formed with the air, his car climbs, turns, accelerates, and turns into a cannonball. Water. Drops of water suddenly appear and the car's wheels. The drops of water suddenly appear and chain the car's wheels to a halt. And the out-of-control vehicle seems to almost graze Silence as it slides past her, scorching the tarmac with a shrill sound. Milsies? Half the road is completely drenched, as if it has only just rained. Yep. Is she talking about Holyoke? Iffy. E3. We're getting the gang back together. The Rhine gang. Milsey's surprised expression is very vivid, to the point that Silence immediately realizes what she is here for. There's no doubt that Milsey is doing this out of kindness. The games that the higher-ups are playing are too dangerous, and she's trying to get this lowly researcher to stay away from Rhine Lab while this is going on. Hayden 1 Laboratory, Site 359, Triton Factory. Parvis, Dorothy, Jara, and Milsys. She has stumbled her way to this point. How many obstacles will she still have to face? All of a sudden, Silence is struck with a sense of helplessness that she has never felt before.
もう終わり。まだ本気出してねえんだけど。もし次の機会があるならば、引き続き貴殿のそばで戦うことをお許しください。
Dagda, that's what I like about you. You being a former knight, you can stand by my side anytime. defend Avalon's glory. Oh, tutorial. Cutting edge architecture. Nasty, head of engineering, always has novel ideas for buildings. Gravity switches, which was mentioned earlier. Rocks and gravity switches can be activated by heavy enemies and operators with block 1 or higher to change the direction of gravity. Operator attack speed and enemy movement speed are increased when the direction of gravity and reduced when opposed to it. Okay. And then obviously we'll get cutting edge architecture. Oh, weird. Okay. Speed up just a tiny bit. Okay. Big damage from click. Okay. The floor spin. Oh, I guess this is a narrator. My bad, Jessica. Do your thing. So probably like mainly executor operators would be good. Speed up. Jessica. Jesus. How many bullets are in that mag? Okay. Of course, we're gonna use silence. Speed it up. Then go like this.
Mission accomplished.
New area shaft. Case investigation? Welcome to the Case Investigation System, Pioneer Project. Authorized investigation permits, 2 time. Technological transformation complete. Okay, so like, basically like briefcases. Interesting. Region, shaft. 0%, okay. Preparing transformation. Technological transformation rules. Let me do a quick read. Okay, something having to do with the login times. The shaft is part of the Arc 1 project. It focuses energy and projects it to hammer, manipulating enough energy to operate multiple nomadic cities at the same time. Start investigation. Are you sure you want to investigate shaft? You can spend one authorized investigation permit to try to get information on the area. Sure. Area reward. Sure. Clear CW. Okay, clear section 3 with a 3-star rating, which we'll do in a second. Instruction catalog. Section 3, front stage, backstage. There are always sacrifices to be made behind the scenes. And then, of course, introducing the gravity switches. Same old, same old. Oh, nope. Not the same old. We'll try skill 2.
作戦計画なんてないわよ。プランは変わるものだから。任務さえ達成できるなら、ルール破りは大歓迎よ。
I thought the reptile would never stop. Will it rain today? Another sunny day. The urban planning of Tri-Mounts is intricate. The gaps between the staggered skyscrapers allowing sunlight to pass through, for the sun to paint each street with warm light, evenly in these early days of winter. You look up to see a dark cloud in the distance, floating nonchalantly in the sky. The wind is blowing toward the cloud, and it looks to be moving away from the city. But it never disappears. You also see the busy streets, the parked cars, a flash of light up high in the distance, and well-disguised passerby. You keep a poker face while urging the two girls on, even though I have my mask on. They don't need to be bothered with it. I'll let them know if it comes to... what's the word? If it becomes an issue, I'll let them know. Let's go. Mulesies is waiting. Don't forget today's mission. Been a while. I'm sure you all know what the answer is. This is your company after all. What about you? It's always clones. Sonia. Tin Man. Been a while since we've seen Justin. Oh, the bird. Jackson, specifically. No duels for some dumb reason. That should be a good thing. Volpole. Volpole, I should say. New area. Security. The soldier is nervous as he operates the equipment. The colonel has been standing behind him for some time now, his brow furrowed. The 5 blocks around Ryan Lab headquarters have all been placed under surveillance. Sorry, getting adjusted. Many figures are moving on the screens, key areas have been blocked off, but there continues to be a considerable crowd nearby. Of course, the crowd also provides good cover for their operations. The soldier scans each monitor, not daring to even blink. A shadow flashes across the display on the bottom left before appearing on the other screens. It is the Columbia displayed on top of a car. Several black vehicles maintain equal separation with it, both in front and behind, with machine-like discipline. Is he just ignoring everyone? Sorry, I don't know why I was acting confused. The, undercover agents. The military. Sniper. A different group? Okay. Was it? I don't think it's Control. The Mainlander? Okay. Giving me reign over your men. Okay, Rose. Are you okay, Rose Montes? I'm actually curious if she can interfere with their armor mentally. Good work, Rosmontes. I didn't think the assassins would throw acid at the vice president disguised as researchers. Something feels off. These mechs seem cautious in their movements. Doesn't seem so much an assassination attempt as... Her ears perked up. Power armor? Footsteps are way too light. Hold it, Rose. Sorry. Perfect timing. We got some information to tell you. Interesting. But that's 12. What kind of man is Ferdinand Saria? Unless I'm mistaken. I don't think those 10 mechs are for assassinating the vice president. I'm not sure what to say. The third option, that's way too out of my scope to even try to predict. The first option I can't go with. I have to go with an answer, so looks like he and the army are on guard against each other, which seems about right. Okay. Finally, section 3, front stage, backstage.
安心して。 アーツのコントロールは
Here, let me get
ちゃ
comfortable.
んとできるから。
Go like this.
想定外の状況は自己判断で対処する。
Okay, so we are up. Dagda should
この
be
無
fine.
口の神、戦い続け。
Speed it up. Let's go like this.
射撃処分構成中。
Get that damage in.
完了。
いつでもこの巻き狩りには時間をかけすぎた。
戦士の意志は皆等しく尊重に値す
New
る。
enemy. Tri-mount city defender. When attacking, temporarily reduce. No, we. Sorry, my bad. We've already seen this, but nonetheless, it'd be nice to reread it. When attacking, temporarily reduces your operator's block by 1. If operator is on a gravity switch, reduces their block to 0. Specifically, Gadga.
はい。制圧射撃。
いつでも動ける。
Well done.
私を傭兵扱いするつもり。見逃してあげるなんて言ったかしら。
Rotating,
そ
good.
れはノーカウントね。
Come on.
制圧射撃。
Good. Speed up.
剣を用いずとも貴様らなどやすやすと貫いてみせるわ。
Looking great.
始まる。
Then we got the big Rosmontes. And then we could just
今日
set a
は
bunch
ご
of
機嫌
landmines.
なの。
お前の犠牲で何かが得られるとでも。
Slow it down.
足を上げない方がいいわ。
指示をどうぞ。制圧射撃。制圧射撃。
Big damage.
顧問の仕事だけしてればいいと思ってたんだけど、踏んで見逃してあげるなんて言ったかしら。それはノーカウントね。
God, that levitate. Speed up.
踏んでみたら。
Slow it down. New enemy. Arc Commando. If movement speed is higher than starting speed, gains low altitude hovering and takes off. Punctuation mark.
1、2、踏んでみたら。
Get the extra damage out.
ロック18号、アタックシーケンス起動。
はい。指示をどうぞ。制圧射撃。
Good.
手早くいくら必死にあがこうが逃げられはしない。
Get a healer out.
医者ならここに。ここだよ。
命令を出して。完璧にやってみせるから。
踏んでみたら。ロック18号、最大出力。
指示をどうぞ。出力が安全支給値に達していますが。
Okay, now.
私を逃げられると思う？私を傭兵扱いするつもりなのに。
命令を出誰かがやらないといけないことがある。私にしかできないことがある。
That's one of the downsides to Rose. If there are no enemies, yeah, that will happen. Mash that photo button. Did we really just let you go off on your own? Doctor. Okay, at least Sarya's on her way there. Oh, command's in disarray. The remote-controlled Blake referred to as a mundane mechanical button, fitted with an old-fashioned safety lock. The soldier enters the password, and the cover pops open, revealing the red button. Which I believe Ifri is currently at, right? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, well, obviously it's a hose, but when I was mentioning it being a... like a shotgun revolver. I don't even know if that's actually what it's called, but... The flaming red Savra girl makes her decision in a split second. She re-engages the flamethrower's safety lock and swings it hard at one on the left. Then she charges towards the one on the right and catches the side of his face with her fist. In the time it takes for a flame to flicker, Ifrit is back on her 2 feet again, dusting off her palms. Blake places his hand on the cold mechanical button. A chill runs up his finger, and he pauses for a couple of seconds. The soldier glances at his superior officer, whose brow is furrowed behind his sunglasses. The soldier realizes that his commander is even more anxious than he is. Blake presses the button. There's no sound, only an explosion on some of the screens. On the tiny screen, the collapsing streets were like foam boards underneath bubbling flame. Then the screen goes black, the camera destroyed by flying debris. There's no sound, but Blake and the other soldier could hear the deafening boom in their heads. Ifrit hears a familiar voice through the echoes of the explosion and the falling rubble. Ifrit can hear Sari's voice shaking. Something touches her fingertips in the darkness. Calcium crystals? Saria's Iridium arts? Like a stream of water, the crystals fill the gaps in the rubble, then expand, releasing a sickening crack. Saria has forced an opening in the collapsed structure. A hand reaches down from above. Ifrit grabs it and pulls it, and feels it pull her up, while the calcium tunnel shatters behind her. It's okay to be a child, Ifrit. Some hostility, maybe? Like, I mean, I shouldn't have said that, but I don't actually mean that.
よくできたね、ドクター。よしよし。ありがとう。
Case investigation. Investigation complete. 10K. Wonderful. New graphic data. Greeting gift. New investigation report. Mission briefing. Technological transformation. Plus 15%. Okay. Oh, okay. So basically information and whatnot, which we will go over next time. And then obviously all the scenes that are going to be unlocked. And then start the... Actually... Yeah, start the next information. Clear CW5 with a 3-star rating. Which we're gonna have to do next time. It's that time. The long-awaited time. So, things turned out a lot different than I thought. If we had started stream on time, which we should have, we still actually wouldn't have had time to finish this. I completely misread how this was gonna go and how long this would actually take. I really thought we would pump it out all in one day, that being Saturday. Technically Sunday, but nonetheless Saturday. So, part 2, we will be starting on Monday, which originally was going to be chapter 12, but if I'm being entirely honest, I can't guarantee anything. Whether that's Fate Grand Order, the new Guda Guda event, because we still have no information as to when that's going to start. Chapter 12, if we will even be doing that on Monday, or if we're spending the entire stream doing the side story Lone Trail, which we're currently doing. But one thing I can say for a fact, Monday we are continuing with part 2 of Arknights side story Lone Trail. And on that, I will say, obviously, we will do the operator review for the 6-star... I actually don't know what her class is. The 6-star Silence. I can't say her class because I actually don't know. But we will be doing a review of her, obviously, during part 2. I will formally apologize as your king. King Julius in name. I was late. The servant reviews were all over the place. Melanite was not too bad. We got things under control. The lizard and or reptile, Hoholyak, other known as Kukulkan, really unironically drained Avalon completely of materials and funds. So, while I'm more or less putting the blame on Kukulkan, but it really is my fault. Sorry about that. Of course, like I said, I will have timestamps. Of course, you're probably already skipping over this. This is mainly for people that are watching live stream. People that are watching this as a VOD, you're long past this. But like I said, there will be timestamps, so you can look at the operator review of Melanite, and then you'll see Kukulkan, and I'll have it precisely timed where I start talking, and yada yada. Anything else? Monday, I want to say we can guarantee that we will complete Lone Trail. If not, depending on how things go, we could either do a little bit of Lone Trail and then on the back end start the new Guda Guda event, depending if it starts on that date. If not, maybe chapter 12, but I won't know, Avalon won't know until that time. And of course, one way to know about that information during that time would be Twitter, JuliusFae _ JULIUSFAE _. Post memes once a week, post updates, what the scheduling's looking like, what we're doing, the usual shebang of what other YouTubers do. Just basic notifications. Of course, give me a follow. YouTube. Yes, we did not skip over it. YouTube, JuliusFae. But then again, you should already know that, because how else would you be watching this live stream and or video? Instagram, same thing as Twitter, JuliusFae _ JULIUSFAE _. Post edited manga panels once a week. And every 2 to 3 days, simple, clean manga panels with music in the background. Don't know what I'm talking about? Stop by, take a look. If you like it, like it. And if you like what I post, follow me. Well, specifically Avalon, but nonetheless, JuliusFae _. And with that, last but not least, like and subscribe. If you like the video, like the video. If you like the content that I do and want to support me, of course, as always, subscribe. And if not, Avalon welcomes you. As it did Kukulkan, after she literally robbed his stride, but we'll end it with that. And with that, with Avalon not having the funds to keep the power on, this is a good morning, Avalon. But better known as good night, Avalon.